going to walk through you today. All right. So the company's name is Watches of Switzerland Group. Okay, ticker is WOSG. Yeah. So as I was saying, Rolex bought or acquired the competitor of this company, which is a retailer. Okay. So the competitor basically, are you hearing me, guys?
Loud and clear.
Okay. So what happened is that the stock price basically, crashed in the market after the announcement, and the reason is because the market was afraid that Rolex would basically end the partnership deal that had with this company after buying the competition, right? So soon after, the stock price crashed, basically the company released an announcement saying that basically there was nothing at risk, like there was no risk of Rolex basically kind of competing directly with them. Also Rolex kind of justified the acquisition like just an opportunity because the owner of the retailer was retiring, right? Otherwise it was kind of a weird, let's say, move, because if you are basically manufacturing a high-end luxury watches, why the hell you would basically spend billions in acquiring retailer shops? You know what I'm saying? So let's go through the fundamental analysis. So the stock, as I'm saying, all of a sudden is worth 20% less now, with a market cap of 1.3 billion. Okay, how this company makes money? So basically through a multi-channel retail model that includes luxurious, customer-friendly showrooms and a strong online presence, backed by partnership with premium brands such as Rolex. Okay, if I can share with you like a couple of charts in the chat, you will be able to see clearly the trend of the revenues of this company. Just very quickly, where the
There are
hell
few
is
enough
the
people
chat?
here, journalists, that you can share your screen.
No, thank you. So here you have the chart. Just go to the so this is basically the first chart is how the share price was collapsing 20% that day. Okay, and the second chart is basically this one that I'm going to share right now. Copy image link, paste. Where is the chat? Here, paste here. Okay, so basically, oh shit, let me try again. Sorry guys, what's going on? Okay, for some reason I cannot paste, or what is this shit? Okay, now guys, now are you following me? Should I continue?
Yep, keep going.
Loud and clear. Watches, charts.
Yeah, watches
And charts. Got it.
Yes. So basically, just to give you kind of a recap of their last 6-7 year performance, this company had a revenue of 500 million in 2015, where last year they reported 1.5 billion in revenue. That's a 3x in revenues. Okay, now let's check the gross profit. So in the same year, 2015, it had a profit of 40 million, and now they reported 218 million. That's a 5x in gross profit. Similar, if we go to the operating profit, it's 24 million versus 165. Okay, and now the net profit. So basically net profit was 2 million, and last year it was 121 million. Yeah, that's a huge increase in profitability. Okay. So regarding the guidance, because as you know, stocks are priced based on the future, not based on the past. So the fiscal year 24 guidance remains untouched. Okay. Revenue is going to be 1.7 billion. That's a growth of 8 to 11%, with the adjusted EBIT of similar to last year's, okay, in percentage. The capex is where basically you will need to pay attention, because it's kind of, in my opinion, it's high, but that's because of their expansionary mission. Okay, so the capex is going to be 70 to 80 million, which is related to new showrooms, relocations, and major refurbishment, because they are expanding to the US. Okay, so just to give you a little bit of how this new showrooms opening is performing. So if we check, like in 2021, they have a total of 150 showrooms, where this year they are close to 200. So they are basically increasing the opening, because obviously the luxury industry is doing pretty well, as you know. Okay, basically, you have a record revenues and demand on Ferrari, and all kind of luxury high-end products, or manufacturers are basically making a lot of money, because every year new millionaires joins the rich club. Okay. So with the fiscal year 2023, they basically just closed, because in the UK they have a different fiscal year / accounting year period. They reported a earning per shares of 51p, that's pence, equivalent to your cents in the US. That is currently trading at 10 PE ratio. Yeah, I repeat, that means that historically, if you assume 0% growth, this is currently trading at a PE ratio of 10. But as I've said, they are going to report, grow this year in the 2024, 8 to 10%. Okay, so if you factor that in this multiple, you are basically getting in the PE ratio of 8. Okay, and as I'm saying, that the luxury market is basically growing and growing. Like, you can take as an example Dubai property prices, for example. They are still in a sharp increase, breaking records. Ferrari shipped 13,000 vehicles in 2022, notching a new record. Okay, and they expect an even better 2023. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. With the risk-free rate at 5.25%, the equivalent PE would be around 1920. That's using risk-free metrics. So if the market is currently valuing Rolex and the associated parent company at a PE of 10, why are they doing that when theoretically they could, if there's a proper growth story, value it somewhere in the neighborhood of PE, let's say 25 to 30, to account for the risk premium of something versus a risk-free asset?
Thank you for that. Yeah, basically your treasury yields are capped. Okay, you're right. That's going to give you risk-free 5%, let's say. Okay, but that's all, my friend. Where with the equity, you have no cap in the upside. Okay, if the stock recovers from the shock or from the speculation of a news that had nothing to do with this company, remember, it was a manufacturing company like Rolex buying the competitor of this company that I am presenting you. So it had nothing to do, yet the stock price crashed 20%. Okay, So as soon as the market recovers from that bullshit of news, because market will realize, hey, nothing happened here. Okay, this is a niche where both survive, that competitor that Rolex acquired, and this company which is basically more focused on the UK and US. Okay, the upside is like much higher than what you are proposing. Okay, if you want a boring 5% yield, obviously then don't look at equity. Okay, this is equity is basically when you want to make a 2x, 3x, 4x the real wealth. What you are proposing, treasury, is basically how do you say, just keeping your wealth where it is, not losing money, right? So let me ask you a question, my dear friend. Are you here to keep your money where it is or to get rich?
Journalist, I'm here to make more, not less. And to reiterate what I described earlier, the price to earnings ratio, if we were to use a simple dividend model of a bond currently, is 20. You earn $5 for every $100 invested. So similarly, a stock that is, it could be represented as a stock that has a current price of $100 that is paying an annual $5 dividend, let's say quarterly. So if we were to translate that then to this Rolex play, if the PE is currently 10, it infers that that same $100 investment, am I doing this right, would only return that same $100 investment is supposed to return $10, right? Now, if that's the case, and this arbitrage exists between the risk-free rate and the PE ratio, the apparent PE ratio of Rolex, why does the arbitrage still exist? What's causing the market to keep that 10 PE value?
I think you are first overthinking. Second, not believing that market is inefficient. So market has a lot of inefficiencies during some period. For example, let's take as an example the US tech valuation versus Chinese tech valuation. Okay, that's absolutely the biggest inefficiency I've ever seen. Okay, which will be solved because inefficiencies are solved across the time. Okay. When you have shocking news in the market and overreaction, that's where you as a retailer, or let's say as a value investor, fund manager, or whatever, have the real opportunity to basically get in. Okay, so you are just assuming that market are priced in a very efficient way every single day. That's not true. Okay, plus you have a lot of other factors. For example, probably these big players that make part of the market and who basically fill or help filling the gap of this inefficiency, like the BlackRocks or whatever, they cannot just jump in a small stock like the one I'm just presenting you. This is basically, for them, it's nothing, it's peanuts. Okay, they have basically limitations. They cannot just buy whatever they want to. Okay, maybe this stock does not qualify yet to them. Okay, or maybe their allocation in the UK is not in the current planning. So that's where I'm presenting you the idea. Sorry, someone asked me, I'm not getting what's the deal here. So let me translate it into ABC.
Let me ask this. Let me ask you a question real quick. I think it's Watches of Switzerland Group. WOSG. WOSD.
OSG for gang.
So are they? So does this play directly involve Rolex, or did you say a retailer like Rolex or a watchmaker like?
No. Let me just because that was also the question of another user.
Yeah.
So basically, Rolex is a manufacturer, right? You already know that.
You were using them as an example?
No. I'm not using an example because Rolex last Friday acquired a company named, I think it's Jörg Butcherer, okay? Butcherer, Bucherer. So what happened is, as soon as this went public, like Rolex had acquired a retailer company who basically sells luxury watches around the world, the stock I am presented crashed in the stock market. Why? Because the company that was acquired by Rolex was the direct competitor of this company that I am presenting. The market assumed, holy shit, wait, if Rolex is going to acquire the competitor of this company, that means that Rolex might stop selling or partner with this retailer, meaning that they would basically not be able to sell or not or have like be in disadvantage for the deals of selling Rolexes. You know what I mean? Like the company I am presenting is just a retailer, is a distributor of luxury watches, and one of those watches is Rolex Group. Yeah.
Did journalist, one quick question. Did Rolex also entertain the purchase of WOSG and decided to choose the other one, or did they only consider the other company when they acquired them?
That's a very good question. My understanding is that they only considered the other one because, as it was explained in the news, because obviously the market was concerned, like this is not a usual kind of or expected movement from a high-end luxury, manufacturer like Rolex. So the explanation was that they acquired only because this was an opportunity once in a lifetime, as you say, given that the owner, the family who owned that company was basically retiring, and they were looking for a buyer of the company. Okay,
Well, I guess
it wasn't like
the real question here is what is Rolex going to do with those retail shops? Is that going to take away business from this WOSG?
That's the market reading, okay, when this was announced. But this, I mean, you have to basically assume that this is going to happen very quick. So for some reason, Rolex will basically harm their partnership relationship with other retailers as well with this movement. I don't think they are, because there is.
So your thesis on this is that WSG is going to regain the 20% that they lost as a result of the announcement by Rolex that they acquired the competitor.
Yeah, because I think that might be kind of an exaggeration of what Rolex has in mind with this acquisition. I think both can keep trading in the market, like being in the business, okay, at the same time. It's a high-end luxury market. It's not like you are opening coffee shops in every single corner where you compete, with, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Well, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Journalist.
And yeah.
Can they change their mind at any point?
Say again?
Can Rolex just decide to change their mind at any time and say, we want to go ahead and just keep our watches in these stores?
Why would they? Because then you have to observe where basically the strong hold is for the WOSG. For example, WOSG is very strong in the UK and Europe. Okay, they basically opened 21 new showrooms. Okay, where in the US they are basically expanding, and the group opened 6 showrooms recently. Okay, so why would you basically reduce the distribution of your product? I think both will survive.
May possibly if they find that the two shops are competing with each other.
Well, if they're not necessarily in the same markets, then that probably wouldn't be a big issue, I guess.
I know, but I mean, I feel like the idea idea is to, if you're not in a market, try and get into it. I don't know.
Because Rolex is sold in a lot
sorry,
of.
I'm just being a bear.
Rolex is sold in a lot of high-end jewelry stores. I mean, I see them. The jewelry stores that I go to,
Secondhand.
they all carry Rolexes. No, these are brand new.
No. Secondhand. I have one. You can only buy now new Rolex in Rolex shops.
Well,
If they have it, it's from the previous batches.
So what he's saying is that Rolex doesn't retail their watches in other shops, only their own. And the only way to buy a Rolex outside of the Rolex shop is to buy it secondhand, I think is what he's saying.
I'll double check, but the jewelry store that I'm referring to, I'll go and check it out. But the one I'm referring to, they have like a Rolex boutique within the jewelry store that is just like it's like you're walking into a Rolex shop itself. But
they probably bought it from a dealer, or a distributor.
Okay.
Definitely not from Rolex itself.
Yeah, the thing with the watches industry is it's all shady as fuck. Like they all have like a bag deals on a bag deal. But journalist, is he there? Yeah, you are there. I want to ask you something.
I'm here.
We're talking about a watches company and you didn't start it on time. What the fuck, dude? You started earlier.
Yeah,
I don't appreciate this.
That's a good point. I don't appreciate you, and I'm here still talking. May I continue? So let me, my dear audience, let me share the brands that they basically work with, because we are just focusing on Rolex, and that's not fair. Okay, so let me just post the link so you can access in the official website. It says, they mention all the brands they work with. So if you think that all the brands, all the products will be affected, and that's why the stock price should be crashed 20%, then you are as crazy as, what was the name of that guy talking about treasury bills? I forgot the name. Yeah, that one, the smart one. So yeah, any questions?
20 minutes to opening.
That was fantastic. Thank you, bud. Thanks for the DD.
Thank you.
I'm gonna look
opinion.
I'm gonna check into this.
Journalist, this stock. Can you buy it on Trading 212 or Interactive Brokers? I see it's not on NYC.
Well, if you have a shitty broker, that's not my problem. This trades in London Stock Exchange, in London, my friend, not in Ukraine or Chipre or I don't remember where you are from.
It's called London, not London.
He said your broker's trash, boy.
Yeah, but I'm using the biggest broker in the world. I'm just asking for other people, because in the comments people are asking.
It is in the Interactive Broker. Let's
stick to the plays and not talk. Let's not talk trash about brokers, okay? Because we've got.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure we all have shitty stories about one or the other.
Can I ask something to opinion? Because I would like to propose a daily DD, a daily due diligence by journalists on the talk sessions. So if I may, just be granted with that kind of right exclusively for me.
How is your Ryanair? How is your Ryanair stock?
Yeah,
journalist?
Ryanair. When I presented to you, the DD of Ryanair was trading at $74. Now it's 100. So you tell me, how is it doing?
We could let the chat vote.
What did you say? It was trading at what when you represented it?
When I presented, it was $74, and now
it wasn't $74 since like 6 months ago.
Hey, listen, my friend. I bought in 74 and sold in $110. Okay.
I'm sure.
What are we talking about? What stock are we talking about?
Ryanair, the best.
Ryanair,
the best fucking airline company, as I showed in my DD, the best one. Okay, in terms of performance, the only one investable airline company.
But are Wait, are we just like bragging right now? What are we doing?
Nothing. He asked me, I just
Bringing up
replied.
things-
Oh, okay, all right.
We're
Anybody got any
bringing up
more
stuff
plays?
from
We got
like 8 months ago. Can we move on, please? We're
Yeah.
bringing up things like 8 months ago.
One
We had an
hundo.
argument a year ago.
One hundo. Let's move it along. I just wanna jump in and say I know everyone saw the crypto movement yesterday. Which if you would have bought, any of those companies I was talking about, Wolf, Riot, what is it? The Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. You'd be up about 12-13% right now.
Also, Coinbase tomorrow.
Yeah, Coinbase as well. Yeah.
Buy. Thank you. I did buy. Thank you very much.
I think that's probably going to continue on Coinbase's side, and I'm hoping that PayPal also gets boosted because of their stable coin and their dipping the toes into the crypto market.
You guys said something about Coinbase?
They were up
PayPal's
15
got earnings tomorrow, right? PayPal earnings is tomorrow, right? I believe so. I thought it was on the 31st.
Check it and come back to us.
No, I don't think they're
I'm
tomorrow.
in the middle of a
PayPal just had
hurricane
earnings like
here.
a
I
month
think it's
ago.
hard for me to find things.
How bad is Hurricane Irina? Is that how you pronounce it? Supposed to be.
Yeah, it's hit. No, it is already hitting. It's hitting at a. It was a 4.
Okay,
it's a
better
4.
question.
It's hitting at a
How-
3. It's coming.
How bad is the
It's a
cleanup
4.
or the repair or the rebuilding anticipated to be?
We don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Because
I want to hear
you guys
this.
hear me?
Where's it coming in at?
It's already. Can you guys
Idalia-
hear me?
Idalia
we can hear you.
made
Can you guys
landfall
hear
hear
you?
me?
at the Big
Yes,
Bend
we can
area
hear
in
Okay,
you.
Florida.
I'm there now. It's making landfall soon. It was a 4 to a 3. We won't know about it's getting water coming in, and they don't know about anything to do with destruction until for another hour or as the news
Where-
goes on.
Where is
So-
there?
It's on the Gulf Coast of Florida, in the northern part of Florida.
I'm sorry, Gulf Coast of Florida on the right. Thank you.
Panama City, Destin, Apalachicola.
No, if you look at Florida, it's like on the other side of Jacksonville. Like Jacksonville is on the East Coast. If you go directly across, it's on the Gulf Coast of Florida.
Tallahassee.
Yeah,
Tallahassee. There you go. I'm from Tally. They
And they're
just had
expecting-
one hit not too long ago.
They're expecting a
Next-
9 to
next-
12 foot storm surge from the hurricane. So
I
it's gonna
believe
be
it
a lot
was.
of water damage mostly.
I believe it was.
Adalia made
Mexico.
landfall along the coast. I'm sorry, guys. Adalia made landfall along the coast of Florida, Big Bend near Keaton Beach, around 7:45 a.m. So it's big though. It's all across. Even people down south a little bit are getting the pieces of it, but that's where it is. Thank you, guys. Sorry.
So to answer Hardy's question, since he's asking about potential damage, the concern is even though it's not the strongest of hurricanes, it's only a 3 to 4. It's bringing a lot of water with it, which is very similar to Katrina, which was only a Category 3 but brought a lot of water. And that's the damage concern, is a mixture of the water that it's bringing and the fact that since it's only a Category 3, people aren't going to peace out. And then all the insurance companies that left Florida and essentially said you don't have flood insurance to deal with it.
So let me as somebody that I lived in Tallahassee for like 5 or 6 years recently. This is like 2017, and their all of their power lines are above ground, all of them. They have very little power infrastructure under the ground. So when a hurricane goes through there, they lose power for a really long time. Just because the the amount of infrastructure that they have on pole above ground.
Now, I have heard from the latest reportings it's going to hit less populated areas than other hurricanes have. That's another thing to be aware of.
Right. It's very true. I heard the news also about 2 hours ago. Thanks. Well, we're getting lots and lots of rain, and the winds are coming in. So, it's not like Andrew, let me tell you.
I do wish luck to all our Florida friends.
I remember Andrew, and I remember Opal, and Ivan, and all those. I'm from Florida. I don't remember.
Hey, did anyone bring up the Tesla? To change the subject, anyone bring up the Tesla truck problems?
No, but I did bring up their charger network being worth potentially $20 billion a year.
Well, potential. I don't know. The article, which was I don't know where it's from. It looks like a reputable story. Said that they can't get the truck to got a redesign because they can't get the truck to exactly. And there's a little mistake because of the angles. It looks terrible. So the news was that Elon's talking about the truck needs to be redesigned. Look up the article and see if you guys can pop it up. I read it like 2 days ago or a day ago. Thought of you guys. Yeah.
And the stock was up 7% yesterday.
That sounds a bit much because, like, I mean, I seen a picture in Texas of the truck being delivered. It looked like there were models on a truck being delivered. The people who ordered them.
It's not so much the truck being redesigned, but they need to pay close attention to the fit and finish when they're assembling the truck, because any variation in alignment of the seams is going to be very visible because the design of the truck is so angular. So imperfections will be very easy to detect. So they need to be very careful when they're assembling it to make sure that everything lines up properly and has the proper gapping and everything else.
That sounds legit.
Yeah. I mean, there were some photos circulating around where there was like joints and angles that if they're a little bit off, and you can, I mean, and any type of construction or assembly business that you're in, if you have straight lines, then all of a sudden you have like a variance in between one panel and another, you can quickly see that it becomes an eyesore, and that's what he's referring to. That in the production process, they need to be very careful to make sure that everything is aligned perfectly.
Keep in mind, Teslas are notorious for having their lines off on their vehicles.
Yeah, I think so.
How long do I have to wait for the Cybertruck?
Well, they're rolling
probably
off
after Musk becomes.
I tell you what, I'd drive one if somebody gave it to me.
They're rolling off the assembly line as we speak. So
yeah, I see it.
I read somewhere it was like a 5-year wait list or something.
They've stopped taking pre-orders for the trucks to let the manufacturing catch up with the backlog that they have.
I see.
And I think they can produce about 100,000 a year from the Austin facility or so. And so, yeah, I mean, if they got 500,000 orders for them, then you're looking at a 5-year rollout to deplete their current backlog.
Well, I'd imagine they're trying to ramp up production, though, aren't they? Aren't they building another plant somewhere?
As far as I know, the Austin plant right now is the only one where they're building the Cybertruck. Now, maybe the plant that they were talking about building in Mexico, or there's a couple of other plants that they're considering, but it's going to take a few years for those plants to come online.
Yeah, by that time, competition is also gonna catch up. Like I heard some other companies, electric vehicles, announce like their own electric trucks and shit.
Yeah, but still, I mean, I think that serves to the elusiveness of the truck. I mean, you can't get it. You know what I'm saying? And only the people that got it ordered a long time ago, and they're the only ones that have it.
Correct.
Which will make it rare, which will make it more valuable.
There
Right.
are other
Well,
companies.
there's a
Rivian
lot
is
of-
already delivering their EV pickup truck, and Rivian also has an SUV. So they're the second choice after Tesla for people that are into electric vehicles.
Which I just seen one of the trucks yesterday.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them rolling around here.
And no, it's not the same one. There's a bunch of them here in Atlanta.
Right. Well, Rivian has a facility in Georgia, so it's not surprising that we see a lot of cars driving around here. Yeah.
It's actually the same 5 trucks just running a circle in the neighborhood.
I don't know.
Is Rivian and Tesla's truck F-150, are they both about the same price point?
Good question.
I think Rivian's truck is cheaper, isn't it? Than the Cybertruck?
Isn't the Rivian like 6 figures?
Yeah, I thought the Rivian was over 100. The Cybertruck is.
I know
under
when
100.
Tesla dropped. I know that Ford dropped their price. I mean, still $80,000, I think, but they dropped their price, and because of that, you can get the $7,000 something initiative, whatever you call it.
Incentive, yeah, the tax incentive.
Which, by
Thank
the
you,
way,
yes.
next year we'll go from a tax incentive to a point of sale incentive, which is significant for people.
PCE comes out Thursday.
And yes, PayPal earnings tomorrow.
They just had their earnings.
Today?
No, they maybe a month ago.
I just looked it up. It says November 2nd's the next earnings.
Yeah, they already reported earnings, and I'm very, very, very bullish on PayPal. This is.
You
the
see that
moment
big
where you
drop
should
in their
buy.
stock? That's when they had earnings. They announced a stablecoin week outlook. I think that they're being punished by old money for adopting more of the newer.
I think this is talking about the F-150. The MSRP for Pro model, its lowest priced electric pickup will be $49,995, down $10,000. The price for the high end is $98,000. I think it's down $98,000. It dropped $6,000 on the Ford F-150. If the Ford F-150 as it gets better, it'll be a fantastic truck. I think for my kind of work. But the Tesla would be wonderful, but also because it looks cool. I'm living in Blade Runner. So. I just think as a utility truck, Ford may have it if it does it right. All right, thanks, guys. You guys are the greatest.
It was 3 weeks ago. I thought it was the end of this. Maybe I read it wrong.
For EVs, there's like 4 competitors for the pickups. So there's Tesla, there's Rivian, there's Ford, and there's Fisker. I'm pretty sure Ford is a pretty good investment right now because they're gonna be up and coming and stuff.
Yeah, well, who took no money during the bailout? I think it was Ford, right? So, I always liked them because of that, I think.
Correct.
Ford was the only one who didn't need the money, though, right? They made them take it so that
Right.
it didn't look wrong on everyone else's behalf.
What did they? What's
They
their,
didn't need.
what's their model that's competing? What model truck?
To the
The electric F-150, right?
Well,
F-150.
F-150. Yeah, it's supposed to
No.
many things, but I could go to a job. I could go to a job site and there's no electric. Run the whole site.
Yeah, it's like
I could
F-150
supposedly
fighting.
off my truck. I could run my house electric if the hurricane put out the electric we spoke about before. I could run the house for. I'm not sure, but for a while, it's
So it's
amazing that kind
essentially
of stuff.
a generator too.
Yes, it is a major one. But again, I always wondered about mileage. You know, once I get 500 miles, it'll make a difference. But yeah, it actually is a huge generator back. Yeah.
So it's a hybrid or it's all electric?
No, it's all electric. But I'm saying it shows you. Look it up. Look up the specs. The biggest thing about it was they were saying that it blah blah blah, but it also can run your job site. You can run your house with lights because of the electric. It's all electric.
But it'd have to be charged.
Well, yeah. Until they come out with something different source of energy, I guess it would have to be fully charged, correct? And how much do you eat up? I'm not sure. They don't give you a couple of specs. I'm gonna let you guys go. It's gonna be opening soon, but the specs they give specs on mileage when they first came out. They had a big talk about it, but they won't give specs on how many miles per gallon you get when you're pulling something. They're keeping it like that. I haven't seen that back when it first opened up. So they're very kind of closed mouthed about things like that. So if you're pulling something and you're only gonna get 100 something miles, that could be a problem, right? All right. Anyway.
Well, it's kind of hard to standardize a tow load, right?
Well, yeah, I guess you're right, but they could give X amount of poundage, tow equals this much miles per gallon. They don't like to give miles, meaning miles per gallon, I guess, charge. I mean to say. Anyway, so we'll see.
I gotta play a quick little day trade play. Neo puts. I think the only reason it bounced up yesterday was because the market was, ridiculously strong. I'm looking to get like 950s or 10s if it breaks $10 a share.
Oh, did you get
down to yesterday's open?
Yeah.
Think it'll go back down to below 950. That's where it spiked down yesterday.
I think just because Tesla's up 7% yesterday, or almost 8% by close. QQQ up 2%, just ridiculous strength in the market. I think it's the only reason it didn't plummet to the core here. But it's a good.
Go ahead.
I have an exit at 10, so if it goes back over 10, I'm just going to get out for a small loss. That's my play. I'm going to wait and see how it reacts at that $10 level though, because I just like that solid price point.
So do you guys remember we were talking about VinFast yesterday being up at like 80 something? Well, and them doing what all EV companies do, which is plummet down to sub $20.
Oh yeah, that was really funny.
They are like immediately after we had that conversation yesterday morning, they plummeted like what, 20 or 30 bucks. So I think if you can afford the puts on or selling calls on VinFast, I would consider it, because I think they are definitely heading sub 20, especially with their movement yesterday.
No, you see, VinFast, they don't have much deliveries in the US yet. And they're really overvalued, but the implied volatility is high as shit, so there's not much room to work with there.
Well, if you'd have bought puts yesterday at market open, you'd have a fat stack of money.
About the only thing puts worked on yesterday.
Which I didn't necessarily say, hey, buy puts, but I was definitely implying that the company is going to do exactly what all the other EV companies did, which is IPO and then head straight to sub 20. If not having an initial a buy-in.
The market is open. The market is open.
Good luck, everybody.
All right.
I have a play for later too, but I'm gonna mention it like after 10:30 because it's gonna take a little while to explain it.
But
Yes, MGM though.
I'm looking at Costco.
Practical Banjo. I gotta control my losses this morning.
dude, what did you buy? Why do you have so much losses?
I'm just kidding. No, I definitely doubled my account yesterday. I mainly just do intraday trading. So no, I don't hold shit overnight. I'm just fucking around.
Yeah, that's nice.
Hi guys, is Hardy in the room? Because I have a question regarding a short that I'm looking for, and I don't get the IVs thing and the delta gamma of options. Because I want a short VinFast Auto, but for now I think it's untouchable. It's very high the price.
We were just talking about short and VinFast.
It's too expensive. Like, you just can't unless it goes down to 10. I mean, it's possible, but it's just not a great investment. You'll lose a lot.
You can always do a spread to just limit the IV impact. Still annoying, but that's one way you can limit
I was
IV.
thinking about doing a small play on Lucid because, I mean, they just went up. The market went up. Lucid.
I think today's gonna be a red day.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that too. Like, I would love to buy like a few puts on Lucid right now, see how they go, because I'm not sure if they're. I don't think they're gonna go up more. Or like Rivian, they have no reason to be going up again.
I'm looking at the NVIDIA bear, but the one without options. I think yesterday NVIDIA had a good run up. So NVD is the 1.5 bear. And basically it's going to be a hedge against my QQQ position. So basically just a couple bids below the ask and then getting filled to basically hedge a sell-off of people taking gains in NVIDIA, but then probably reposition to the long side.
The dude talking about making like 40 or 50 grand yesterday on QQQ.
Oh. So far, Rivian and Lucid have been trading sideways. I might look to buy some puts right about now.
Yeah, the VinFast shit is ridiculous, man. There's so much other stuff to trade out there.
You guys spoke about it yesterday. I still think Novavax is a good buy.
I think that's our best play we got in here.
I just want to point out that IEP is below $20, and I think it's a great time to buy that stock. I think they should be up at around $25 at least.
Yeah, they need it, man.
VinFast is like up $10 right now. I'm pretty sure the puts might have been a little down. Let me check the IV real quick.
I
I'm pretty
agree
sure
with that
Like,
Novavax
fuck
play.
that.
I agree with the Novavax play. I have call options out to September 15th. They could be getting FDA approval any day now. September 12th, it looks like they're going to have a conference on how to distribute or where to distribute the vaccine or something. And then it'll be off to the races.
I have a little bit of an update on NVAX. Those got updated short interest last night, and the two most shorted stocks that I think are worth noting, Novavax is 49% short now, and Carvana is 46% short.
Carvana, what's up with that?
Ooh, well, the only thing that worries me about Carvana is that it's up a lot in the last 2 days. Like, it went over 40, and that would have been my buy entry, but I was too distracted by Nvidia.
Yeah, I see. Just went up from like 37 to 47. I see the trade here. I'm gonna check out some put options. Let me check. If anything's
And
good.
I've been trading Carvana a bunch, even though the IV is really high. I still had really good entries and exits. It's very liquid. At least it was when it went up like 24% or whatever. Like around that time, it announced surprise earnings in the end of July, I believe.
So
Oh,
for
yeah, I
that
see
Novavax
that.
play,
I see that spike.
for that Novavax play, because the IV is so high right now, you can also sell puts for this Friday and collect a little
Everything
bit of
is so
premium.
priced in. Everything is just so priced in, bro.
Because we're all being front run by market makers.
I know, right?
Oh, there we go.
You know what I would do? I would buy some Ford put, like the $12 put. It's worth nothing right now, and I'm not sure that Ford is gonna stay up at 12.04 right now. Ford is trading pretty high right now. I would short it a bit. Doesn't cost that much in my eyes.
Waiting to see what SPY does right here.
Hey guys, how are you playing the big tech companies? Are you buying some of these, shorting? What are you doing?
Nvidia is overpriced right now.
Yeah, you know which is the safest play right now?
I'm going long shares on talking about.
I'm gonna go, guys. Yep.
So in my opinion, well, actually, it's not opinion. It's based on facts, as I am a value investor. Google is the safest play in the big tech. Okay, I remember the last time I was here on stage, Google was trading at 120, and Apple was, I think, 190, and I said I would short Apple, which I did, and go very long on Google, which I also did. So Google is the only company right now within the big tech space that is a safe play. It's still kind of undervalued in my opinion. So I'm very long on Google, very long.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
No, someone says Google, they are struggling on their AI development. No, they are not. They are quite ahead. I think after OpenAI, The next, and I say OpenAI because Microsoft managed to basically include the OpenAI ChatGPT, in their Office licensing. So the only competitor to Microsoft is Google in that space, and I don't think that AI will survive as a ChatGPT subscription-based thing. For enterprise, which is basically where the money is, it's going to be more how their Office suite basically can leverage on AI, and you will only have two options. That's on one side Microsoft, and on the other side Google. The rest of the companies, nothing. And by the way, Microsoft is already priced in since OpenAI launched and made public investment case by Microsoft. It is Google that is basically still pending to go through a rally. I already did. I jumped in basically when Google did their AI conference. I think it was trading at $110 or $105. I don't remember. Now it's basically 135, and still it hasn't reached the all-time highs that the rest of the big tech did recently. So you still have a potential there. Easy play. Google is a very easy play, safest bet in the US stock market right now. You want to see a chart? Here you go. Check the chat. I'm posting a chart. So you see the trend of the revenues quarter. This is quarterly, right? Yeah, this is quarterly. As you can see, this is a very healthy business, very strong business. By the way, the PE ratio is 20. It's 20. That's 20. Should be 28, 32. It's just 20. Plus, if you consider the billions and billions of purchase buyback shares, come on guys, this is the safest bet in the US market right now. An ignorant was saying in the chat, Palantir is buying back shares and look at their stock. Come on, don't compare the buying back programs of all these 2020, 2021 COVID kind of IPOs or SPACs. They were ripping you off. I'm talking about real buybacks with real money, okay? Not at the expense of the investor, rather at the expense of their customers, which basically increase the value of the shares you hold, okay? You are very confused, my friend, very confused. But happy to have you here, to educate you in value investing. Am I talking alone? Because I see no feedback. Are you hearing me?
Ryan there.
Someone is asking, what is your opinion on futures? I do not speculate with commodities because that impacts real life. I don't trade with futures of wheat, futures of oranges. I'm an ethical investor. The same person asks, what about indices? Okay, index, yeah, kind of, but I prefer picking stocks because in an index, 70% of companies are not investable. They don't qualify from the value investing point of view. 20 to 30 do qualify, and within those 20 to 30, I like to pick the best one.
Ethical investor is a great thing.
Yeah, it's a great thing, and that's why I never touch stocks in the defense military industry, okay? Because I will only benefit if there is a war, and war implies human lives.
Yes, and only the future shows, because I've been that way for a long time. I've been investing for a while, and when you're that way and you realize because of that you probably have lost $100,000, you know you are sticking to your guns. So being an ethical investor is a little difficult, and more difficult maybe today, but it's something that not many people are. And you're very, very good. I like that.
Thank you. That's why Opinion hired me, you know. He also likes, you know, I think he's looking to promote more the ethical investment and stop all this nonsense on WallStreetBets, you know.
Yeah, well, it does seem to me that not many people care about what they're buying as long as it, you know, makes money for them. But what does that mean at the end anyway?
Yeah, well, most of the people here, sadly, are basically taking the stock market as a casino, because it will end up basically giving them some meme kind of conversation or likes or dislikes, whatever. So they want to be part of a community. That's a big mistake, because for the wealth creation, it's not a social media engagement shit. Okay, this is a real game. So yeah, people should pay attention to basically what they are buying in, what's the long-term view, how they will basically create value, yeah, etc.
That's great if what you're doing is investing for the long term, but most of us are here investing in the short term, and in the short term, the point of the investment is to make money. And
I don't know a single person in real life who makes money in the short term being a retail investor.
Hi, I'm Stonk. How are you?
Yeah, do you know anyone?
Like, so, while it's great to be a long-term... go ahead.
Yeah, are you going to just share your winning bets and ignore the massive amount of money you lost, or?
No, I share both. But that's besides the point. The point is that somebody, right, is going to sell the heroin. So while it's great to have ethics and it's great to, you know, do the right thing for humanity, at the end of the day, there's going to be somebody else that's taking that money off the table and pushing those evil systems along, regardless of whether or not you take part in it. So good for you for being an ethical investor, but you're also leaving a lot of money on the table.
I would also say that the definition provided was quite arbitrary. Like, does an ethical investor mean no defense stocks and no futures? Like, that's pretty arbitrary. There's a lot more complexity to that, and someone could put a good case that, you know, that's a really bad way to be an ethical investor, actually.
As if he doesn't want to buy certain stocks, can we just respect that it's his portfolio and he doesn't have to buy certain stocks?
Yeah, sure.
100%.
That's fine. It's just that don't like try to make it seem like the rest of us are like slaughtering babies.
Yeah, don't slaughter babies.
Well,
I get it, but like,
you just said that if someone else was to make money of slaughtering babies, you would basically do it as well, because hey, before letting other earn money on that.
If Israel was going to invade Lebanon, I'd buy calls on white phosphorus.
What's the ticker?
Didn't Jeff
exactly.
Beyond? Didn't Bed Bath and Beyond slaughter babies?
No, that was
Yes.
Wayfair. They
Oh
traffic
no,
children.
they didn't slaughter them. They sold them in shipping containers or totes.
That
No.
was
So
that was IKEA.
you guys are actually thinking about the post-birth control that is Peloton, but it's okay that people got confused.
Oh, jeez. You
I
guys
just
are right
couldn't
about
believe
that.
how much that dildo attachment was for the Peloton. It's expensive.
Now this is the Wall Street bets I wake up for.
Was it ethically
You're right about
sourced
ethical.
dildos?
You know, I mean, you have your own. I have my own stocks years ago. I didn't buy because of this. But, you know, even Tesla, if you go behind anything, you know, the mining for this mineral, mining for that, slave trade, not saying Tesla, yada, yada. So you're right. You go behind what the company's doing, you can find that anywhere. Ethical problems in a lot of them. So it's you're kind of making me think a little differently. You're right.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is like look at ESG for an example, right? So like an ethical investor is gonna wrap themselves in the cloth of the ESG score. ESG scores are bullshit. They don't mean anything. It's just another funding mechanism. It's another way to force pension funds to buy certain indexes. I mean, it's essentially just creating an index like the Qs or like NASDAQ or like the S&P. Like it's just a new way to funnel money. It's bullshit.
Now you are mixing things just because you want to defend your immoral, unethical philosophy of life. We don't care about ESG.
I would say that the
We're talking
ESG
about
score actually
serious things.
hurts the underlying because it
So
doesn't.
people can
really
follow ESG scores. I don't really care.
chase
I will say that
profit.
ESG scores are primarily bullshit and not what people think they are.
Oh, this feels like the old days. I love it.
So
Yeah,
before
I miss the old days. I'm not gonna lie.
before this devolves, let's just leave it at some people have limits on what they'll trade, and that's okay if they do. And it's you trade your own portfolio. Personally, I don't do prison stocks, but if you guys do, that's you. And it's okay. Trade what you want to trade.
Yes, I agree there that there are some people with IQ limitations. I completely agree.
Wow,
Let's
you're a
leave it there.
cunt, huh?
Journalist.
And see that's
We're back.
Rad has a good take, and then journalist is just like, I am better than other people because I do this.
No shit. Like, good luck, buddy.
I honestly don't think that was like a devolving argument. I think we were just stating our opinions and having some discourse.
It wasn't, but
Making money is
some
not.
people
it's
in this
not-
chat can't handle it. And I'm not going to name any names, but some people here weren't going to be able to handle that at an adult level. I'll leave it there.
Making money is not. It's not
Oh
always.
yeah,
clean and
I've
easy.
heard it a lot worse.
Every time you short a stock, you're hoping that a company goes down. So if you even short a stock, right, then you're part of the problem, I guess, in somebody's eyes.
It's true.
Well, I will
Everyone
say
who bought puts on Bed Bath & Beyond cost millions of jobs, and they're terrible people, and that's why the hedgies need to be stopped, because you ruin people's lives. It's ridiculous.
I've been naked shorting Disney.
Yeah, but that became a phenomenon.
It's
I
a
love how we
market function.
tried to
Like
pivot
shorting
away
is a
from
market
controversial
function. Like
topics, and then we just went right back in.
shitty companies shouldn't exist. Like they're shitty companies. They're bad for the overall market. And like shorting is just a natural part of the market finding equilibrium. Like there's nothing wrong with it. Like it's taken advantage of by people just like anything else. But at the end of the day, it's a necessary market function.
Yeah,
There
I
have been
agree
a lot
there.
of retroactive studies that show shorting actually stabilizes markets.
Yeah, it is necessary because it's part of the examination. Otherwise, everything would be kind of an illusion, a false illusion. Yeah, I agree there.
Yeah, like the being against shorting is just absolutely like regarded philosophy of market just go up.
So you guys gonna short
Okay.
Nvidia now?
Right?
I mean,
just
No,
say-
I'm gonna short that watch company someone was talking about.
So I just want to say I love you all, and I know the TISM levels can be very high here, but I thought that me saying people shorting Bed Bath & Beyond cost too many jobs was clearly ironic enough to be picked up
Yeah.
as something not to be seriously discussed.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, I knew that you weren't being serious, but I mean, just I took it and just made my own point with it. That's all.
Hey, Rad, what do you think the chances
Well,
are
I'm
that
glad to see
SMR,
AMC is getting its due.
the ticker SMR? Oh boy, let's talk about that next. That the ticker SMR means small modular reactors.
What's the question?
SMR, the ticker SMR, they make the small modular reactors. Is that what the ticker stands for?
Well, it is up 2% right now, but
Yeah, that's what the ticker is. It's because they make small modular reactors.
Such an exhilarating conversation.
I'm happy to answer a question, but I don't really play that side of it. But I'm aware of them.
Anybody else up 50% on spy calls already? Holy shit. To the moon.
I'm up 50% on QQQ calls.
Nice. As I said in the chat earlier, I said my plan for this morning was have a FAP and a nap and buy SPY 0 DTE calls. And that's
Whenever
turning
you
out
get
to
that
work out
feeling,
pretty well.
You gotta follow it.
Yep.
I'll be up 50% SPY puts in a little bit as soon as I see the market starting to turn around.
Hey guys, can y'all hear me?
We have
No, we
economic
can't hear
data
you.
coming out in 3
No,
minutes.
can't hear you.
You can hear me? Do you guys see the lawsuit from Mullen about naked shorting?
Yes, I did. Let's see how it affected.
Apparently there's a did it jump at all? I didn't even look at it this morning. Mullen is up.
I just want to point out that Apple is now filling the gap from earnings. It just reached a dead zone and has room to run until 190.
Mullen is up 1.16%. This is a stock that usually swings like 25% a day. Wow, they really scared out some shorts with that letter.
All right, 77% on QQQ call.
Well, they only announced the lawsuit. That's all they did. So I think it's I don't know. It's yet to be seen what's going to happen.
Well, Genius Group yesterday initiated their split. So now their ticker is now GNS1. They're going to release results or do something against their claim against naked shorting tomorrow. That report comes out. So if you are into that kind of thing, I would look at GNS, get some of that. I sold my calls yesterday for quite a pretty penny, and I entered in some $2.5 calls that expire this week as a completely degenerate lotto ticket.
So let's talk about Carvana. Has 46% short interest. Carvana is almost at 50 right now.
I got an alert yesterday for calls on Carvana that I was looking at possibly going with. Let me pull it up. I'll share it in the chat.
Up 3.7% right now.
That's a great example of short interest not accurately finding the price of a company, which would be zero.
I just want to point out from yesterday, PDD, aka Temu, reached 97, maybe 98 today. It's still running from the almost 20% gain from yesterday.
Yeah, thank you, Penn. I made some good money on that yesterday.
I wish I would have held. Like, I made good money as well, but now I'm just kicking
I
myself.
mean, it
that I
was
should have held.
it was up until it started to drop around like 11:30 though. So you really did good, man. You made way fucking more money than I did. I made 380%, but it was only like a few $100s compared to your 64 grand. Pat yourself on the back. Played that as well
Yeah,
as you could.
I just
My-
like I wanted to buy more stuff. Like, I was bored yesterday, and I was like, no, fuck it. I'm just going outside. I made too much money.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. That's what you got to do. You just got to walk away from this shit. I didn't even want to trade today, really. But I'm out of my QQQ call at 77%. So here in a
Nice.
little bit, I'll mention this MGM play I got. I think it's interesting. I'm trying to get some more information on it.
I love when non-economist writers try to write about the economies. Like Vox magazine says, China's economy is slowing down. What gives? That's literally the headline. Retarded. Anyway. Like, what, you didn't have a writer that was competent? I did. I posted the article up there right above the Watches of Switzerland. It just says that's the title of the article by somebody named Jen Kirby.
So damn. Sold these calls. I think pending home sales just came out like literally a minute ago. Try to find what those are. Ooh, I don't know if the market likes it. Pending home sales improved in July, up 0.9% from June. Eh.
So has AMC found its bottom yet? It's up 4.5%. 4%. 11.37 a share. This, of course, is down from about.
Hard to say it's found the
Man,
bottom. when they haven't
you
started
mentioned that at the second you mentioned that, it like broke out of its high of the day.
So with this reverse split, it looks like they were typically trading around the $50 mark. Let's say 45.
Just remember, Slut Spoiler, they still have up to $2 billion that they can issue to raise right now to service debt, and they need to service that debt.
I can't believe that's not priced in with this enormous drop. But I'll have to actually do some math here. Figure it out.
It might be, but I don't think I've ever seen a stock do a share offering that didn't go down significantly when the offering hit the market.
I'm gonna try and find something and post it in chat.
POW is up nicely today. I continue to be bullish on bullets. I just don't think there's enough bullets in this world. I think, prices go up.
Strictly just said he has about 60K in puts, so it might be time to get more calls.
Someone in chat yesterday, I forgot to bring this up, posted a screenshot of gains on I think it was Triple M. Congratulations, because I remember it was like a ridiculous gain, but I thought this might have been something worth looking into. I just don't know if anybody had any insight on that, or if the person in chat posted that yesterday is here.
I've been watching 3M. It's kind of on my value list, especially considering that they settled a recent lawsuit. But I think they go back down to, they're almost there, like 104 right before earnings, because there's a gap that needs to be filled.
Settled earplug lawsuit, okay.
Oh, actually, the earnings goes down to 99. The other jump was due to the lawsuit. So yeah, I think they're going back to 100 first.
A little hurricane update. It's coming in. It came in at 125 miles per hour in Big Bend of Florida. I see a couple of things with houses with no roofs and condo with no doors, but that's only a few pictures. So things are starting to come in now with what's the damages.
Yeah, but notably, it didn't hit any of the refineries, any of the major refineries in the Gulf of Mexico. None of them got hit by this hurricane. So if your bet was something on oil, I got news for you, buddy. It's probably not happening.
Generac.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, Generac got wrecked. That company is almost in a death spiral.
Yeah. Well, it's gas. I mean, it's gas that runs it. That always made me kind of think it was a little strange. Hurricane, but it runs on gas.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't mean car gas. I mean the other kind of gas. Okay,
Natural
not propane.
gas.
Yeah, thank you.
If you look at this map I just posted of all the offshore oil rigs, you'll see that this hurricane basically instead snaked right around Florida and went up and hit Panama City, right? Mostly. Is that where it made landfall? Panama City? Close to it? But yeah. So it avoided most of the offshore rigs and notably avoided the refineries in Houston and Louisiana and Galveston and all those areas, you know.
Like Keaton Beach is one of the places that But you're right about that. That's amazing that about the refineries.
And watch Carvana if it goes over 50. I'm telling you. This shit is up so much in the last 3 days. What the fuck? It's up from 36 up to 49.50 right now. What is that, 50%? How does this company have a
Apple
market cap?
is still
$4
running.
billion?
I'm so tempted to get some Apple calls, but I feel like I'm a few minutes late.
Apple was crazy yesterday.
Like, it's
Oh,
gonna
wow.
go back to pre-earnings. Like, you see that 186 to 199. It's got room to run.
I know. I was
Just don't
trying
know what's
to.
causing it to run.
That's
I was trying
that's
to-
the power of their share buybacks plus the margins they have on the service business segment. But
Which
yeah,
would
I wouldn't
all
buy
have been
Apple.
known for a very long time.
Yeah, but if you compare with the rest of the companies, this is one of the safest bet on the long term. But on the midterm, I wouldn't touch Apple right now. I would rather go for Google.
Yeah, Google has about the same exact movement that Apple has right now, and then it's like it's still away from its 52-week high. Whereas isn't Apple right there?
No, Apple's not there yet. It still needs to get back above earnings. Because remember,
Oh,
they had
197,
shitty
okay.
earnings because of Forex.
Yeah.
The 195 or the 195 calls on Apple are pretty cheap. They're under $1 for October.
For what, next month or this month?
October.
Today. Oh, October. Dang.
Hold on, I had to log out. I posted my fucking gains for you, buddy, so you can see them. They're journalists in the chat.
Again?
Yep.
Yeah, you must be a hedgie in disguise. There's no way.
I am. I'm running a one-man hedge fund. be funny if there was a hedge fund called the Knights of Neef. As a complete, just aside. I guess none of you saw Monty Python. All right, fair enough. Moving on.
We are the Knights of Neck.
Right? Like if they want a shrubbery. Like...
Jesus Christ. Did we just reach a high on SPY, or is this like a bull
excuse me, I'm
flag?
sorry. The September 22, so the week after the monthly on Apple, I bought it at 95 cents.
That actually seems like a decent deal.
It's at $1.09 now. But still, it's $1.10. That'd be not bad. It's still, I mean, it looks like if it goes back up to where it was pre-earnings, then you could, I think that's in the money. That one's trading around like $8, so that's not bad. If you buy 10 of them.
You guys, are y'all seeing Ree's 1 week chart? You get a nice little uptrend. Ree!
But we don't have any more economic data today.
Just the ADP thing that was coming out.
Wasn't that at 8:15?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, the last news release was the home sales, which was at 10.
What happened with that? I didn't see it.
I know the home sales grew. I'm trying to figure out expectations. Forecast was minus 0.5%. So it beat forecast by a bit, by at least 0.5%.
I don't know, just like cursive, like self, like experience thing. I know a couple people that are like selling houses right now, and like they've been on the market for a good while. Like one's been on for at least a month, and the other one's been on for a couple weeks, and they're not really getting any offers. I mean, that's not new home sales, but
yeah. Well, this data was for July, and it actually beat. I mean, depending on how you want to look at it. So sales increased by 0.9%. Expectations were for 0.5% decrease.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
people are buying homes. Zillow wasn't joking. Zillow came out like a few days ago and said like home prices haven't even gotten close to the peak. They're thinking like
That's
mid
wild.
next year for the peak.
I mean, like, who's paying that VIG though? Like, who's paying those interest rates? Because like,
they're paying with cash. I think that's the thing most people aren't looking at. Either it's entirely cash or it's like half with cash.
Right. But how many people really have all that cash though? In reality.
Are we still in the cycle where companies are buying most of these houses, like in Miami and other places down where I live?
No, BlackRock is like dumping those, like their portfolio of houses. Like
BlackRock's ignorant. That's just ignorance.
Ignorant. You guys are ignorant.
That's ignorant, dog. No, from what I read, BlackRock is starting to dump a lot of that shit that they bought up. Like in Western Mass, they bought up a fuck ton of stuff, and they're starting to dump it.
Wait, like at a loss?
Yeah.
Ooh, spicy.
They're like writing them off, like writing them down, and just like basically either getting what they can for it, or just allowing the banks to like take ownership of them. Like,
I have one thing I can add to this conversation. It's a little loophole. Wait, first of all, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a little loophole. I have a couple friends that have bought houses in the last 2-3 months, and they're actually getting them at the 3% rate. What they're doing is they're talking to the people selling the house, and if they have an FHA loan, they just assume the mortgage essentially. So you can buy a house at the old rate. You're just assuming the mortgage and paying out the other people in cash. That's it.
That's great. You know, I remember I bought a house.
I mean, they have to have the cash though to do that. No, like how do they
Well,
like assume the mortgage and pay the people? Because like they just pay
right,
what the
yeah.
people have paid in the mortgage, or
Well, you pay the
I mean,
people out the cash, and then you take over their loan essentially.
You still have to have the cash, if that's what you're
Correct,
saying.
correct,
But it would
correct.
be interesting
But you'd
though
have
if
to have
those
the cash on
people
down payment then.
with the 2 to 3% mortgage rates essentially did a self finance, like a seller finance, and then charged the buyer 5%. So they would still be making an interest rate spread, and the buyer would be getting a better deal than the banks.
yeah.
I mean, it's risky because like you'd be doing all the DD on what interest
know.
rate
I
you give
just-
them yourself.
yeah.
But
I mean,
I
I'm
mean, if
paying a
people-
mortgage on like right now that I had to get last year, like on my house, because well, whatever personal shit, I had to get a mortgage, and like it's like a $500,000 mortgage, and it's like $4,000 a month. When like if 2 years ago I got the same mortgage, it would have been like $1,700 a month. Like so,
crazy.
like yeah, no, it's not
Absolutely
fucking fun. It's not fun. So like I can imagine like for most people that's not fun, because I know it's not fun for me.
I don't know if they still have them, but I bought an FHA non-qualifying loan. You have to qualify, and all I did was pay back what was owed by the owner, the back money he owed, and got the house. But that's very
you
old
essentially
school.
just
That's like,
bought the house.
yeah, I paid the back non-qualifying. Yeah, that was a long time ago. It's got to be 20 something or more years ago now. I think.
I mean, that's an interesting thing too with these. If you buy up tax liens,
Oh yeah,
like I think it works best in Florida,
in Detroit.
yeah, or Detroit. But like I don't know, I follow a lot of auction sites because I do have a property management company too, and I'm seeing more like foreclosures on the auction sites than I was seeing before. So while the housing data is good, you know, that it beat expectations, it's just there's a underbelly to like people's finances that like you know, we got huge credit card debt. What is it, like over $1 trillion in credit card debt? And so like people had all this money, you know, during COVID, and they were spending, and then the government was just shelling out cash, and then like people got accustomed to spending at that rate, and now they don't have the cash, but they're still spending at the same rate, and they're putting it all on credit cards.
bro.
Like,
You have to get that back. You have to give that money back. If you got money, if you got a stimulus, like if you got a stimulus check, they take it out of your taxes, bro. You don't just get to keep that money. It's not just free money. They take it back. So essentially, we paid all this money to give all this money out, and then they just, like I said, the IRS just takes it out of your taxes like the next year. Nobody got any free money.
I didn't pay that shit back on my taxes.
Yeah, I don't
no
get
one
that
paid
either.
back unless they realized
Yeah.
you weren't like eligible.
Right. And what about the unemployment? You know, if you were in Florida with your 250 minimum, you were getting 600 more. So you're getting 800 a week. So, you know, I mean, that doesn't have to be paid back.
Yeah, no, I actually got a letter from the state, like Department of Revenue, telling me that they wanted the $16,000 back that they gave me for the stimulus money, and they said that I didn't qualify for it, and I just sent them back a letter being like, well, I filled out your application and you decided to give me the money, so like I'm not giving you the money back. And I never heard anything.
You're probably trying to get scammed or something.
Yeah, it could be. Are you talking about the checks we all got, or did you go apply through it for money? what do you call it? The other thing.
Oh, like a PPE loan? No. I didn't get a PPE loan. No.
Okay, okay.
It's PPP.
Was it PPP or PPE?
Yeah, PPP.
I don't know. How'd you
Big
get
P-
16,000? How'd you get 16,000?
Payment protection.
I live in Massachusetts, so they dish out a little bit more money than Florida. It's more expensive to live here.
Yeah, but you got a $1,400 check or
Key
whatever,
is-
$1,500 check, $600 check.
I got the 16,000 was from the state. I mean, I'm sure some of the money came from the federal government, but I got that 16 grand was from the state. It was so they did a whole pandemic unemployment thing. So basically, I was homeschooling my kids. I couldn't go to work, and so I got a check every week from the government to stay home and homeschool my kids.
Yeah,
unemployment check? Unemployment check or what?
Yeah, an unemployment check. Yeah.
All right, so that
Yeah,
you got
that's
$600.
unemployment.
You got $600 more than your whatever your state is. How much is Massachusetts regularly per week unemployment? 400.
It's 15 an hour times 40, whatever the fuck that is, and then minus the payroll taxes.
All right, so you were getting your 1,000 plus. I mean, in unemployment that lasted a long time. I see that.
Yeah, no, but then they tried to say I shouldn't have got it in the first place, and so I was just I filled out the application, I didn't lie on the application. I showed them all of my fucking stocks, everything, and it ended up I didn't have to pay the money back, but they tried to get it back.
Great job, man.
Yeah, because it's stupid, right? So you can be a day trader, or you can basically get your main income from trading stocks, but you're not considered employed. So technically for folks like us that trade and live off of our trading, we're not actually considered employed. So you qualify for all of these programs that you really shouldn't qualify for, but you do because technically based on the law, we're not actually employed, which is ridiculous.
Well,
But
the IRS
seeing
is
it-
getting you. The IRS is getting you for taxes on your gains, and maybe they know more about you because of that. I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, well, no, you got to pay because it goes when you do short-term trading, right? It's taxed at the regular tax rate, right? So it's not like a capital gains tax where it's 15% or 20% on a long-term gain. You're taxed at whatever, however much money you make for the year, minus your deductions, you're taxed at that tax bracket. And then there's an additional 2% tax if you make too much money. When AMC happened and GameStop happened, I made a fuck ton of money, and I ended up spending between state and federal, I had a 51% effective tax rate on the money. So they're getting plenty of money. So I'm paying for the services I'm getting, but technically speaking, we're unemployed.
Right. I still bring up very quickly that during the pandemic, I would imagine that a lot of people that were really in poverty, paycheck to paycheck, now, if they did it right, would have some money. And that means that they all got their stimulus checks. So they had 4 kids, they got $500 per kid. Then they got their, in Florida, $600 a week, them and their wives every week. So they added up to $40,000 at the end, people who were living paycheck to paycheck. So I think a few of them took that money and it made them, brought them out of poverty. So I always talk about that. No one talks about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's certainly a benefit. That certainly is a benefit.
I wonder what the stats are. It's really true. I've never seen any articles about it. It's an idea of mine that it brought people out of poverty. The next thing you know, you have nothing. Then you have $40,000.
I don't know. I mean, if you look at the studies, I think they say that for every dollar that's given to just given directly to people, it creates $4 worth of say or whatever, some number like that. I don't know the exact specifics, but there's some sort of a force multiplier there. Because say when the government gives money to people, the people spend it. When the government gives money to say banks, for example, they hoard it for themselves or reinvest it into other financial instruments that just make more money and they don't actually push it out into the economy. That's not really to the point you were trying to make, though. I don't know. It would be interesting to see that data.
Yeah, I always like that data. I like to think that it really did help some people who were smart enough to keep it and hold it, put it in a CD, whatever. Now they have their monies. I'm always into that little quandary. Yeah. You guys want to hear about the helicopter crash that I kind of witnessed a day ago?
Kobe. Go for it. Go ahead.
That helicopter crash, man, was gnarly, bro. Some guy ran into a bus stop. He backed over a kid and a woman. They were okay-ish, but they called the helicopter to come in. Captain of fire is on the helicopter. They're going. They radio to them. We can't make it. Call the police. The cars to get there. And then they were on fire. What I saw was smoke. They were on fire. The back of the helicopter, which burnt through the tail and kind of like broke it in a way, and it spun and crashed into a top of an apartment, 2-story apartment, looks like, complex. Wiped out the captain, may he rest, and someone else, and then a woman on the ground. The hole was huge. It was gnarly, man. It was just gnarly.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. Things like that are not just crazy.
That's not how it's supposed to work.
Where was that at?
Pembroke Pines, Florida. No. I mean Pompano Beach, Florida. Sorry, man. OPs. Pompano Beach. Yeah. Dixie, like by Dixie Highway, I think. Yeah, that's where I was. So I saw the smoke on US 1. So.
The auction, the main like national auction website that I look at is auctions.com, and then there's some like local ones, like local auction companies that I look at too. Someone asked in the chat what auction sites I was looking at. But yeah, keeping an eye on that stuff, even if you're not looking to buy a house, is a decent barometer. You know what my girlfriend told me was really interesting, is that lipstick. So lipstick sales are an indicator, can be like an economic indicator, because during like economic downturns, like the sale of lipsticks go up because it's like a relatively like inexpensive thing that women can buy to like feel good about themselves.
Bullshit. Just another bullshit of indicator on top of the thousands of indicators that we have. Bullshit.
You mean you're not gonna, make your own indicator and put it on TradingView for the lipstick indicator?
It's calls on Ulta. Calls on Ulta.
Calls on Ulta. That's the lipstick indicator.
Your SPY is red now as we speak.
No, it's not.
It is going to be red very soon. You tell me, with the interest rate that we have, S&P 500 at 20 is the PE ratio right now. You tell me how the hell we are sustaining this rally. Q3, Q4 is going to be a hell. Please start opening some hedges. I'm opening hedges at this level while I keep buying good value stocks. This is how you play the game.
Yeah, I would agree that the Q4 is going to be a down period. I mean, it usually always is. You know what I mean? Like, since I've started doing this like 4 years ago, January, like December, January has not been like, you get a little Christmas, Santa Claus rally, and that's pretty much it. So like putting some fire
we go
outputs,
into the moon. Everyone
fire
thinks it's going to
outputs
be bad.
on, like, even if you win $100 out of the money on SPY or SPX or whatever you like to trade, and just bought some lottery tickets as a hedge, like, it's not a bad idea. But that's certainly not financial advice. Do we still have to say that, or does everyone know it's not financial advice now?
You have to say it.
Wall Street Bets is officially a financial advisor, recognized by court, so we don't have to say that anymore. The court said.
Oh, excellent.
Don't forget, when it comes to
Yeah.
Q4, there's a lot of tax harvesting as well happening around that time period.
Yeah,
No.
I can't remember in the this will be the 5th year that I've like just traded as like my job, and I don't remember in the previous 4 having like a end of the year that was like up. I remember thinking that stonks go up at the end of every year, and at the end of every year losing fucking money because like I didn't remember the lesson from the year before.
By FOMC. This is not financial advice. That was a joke.
Yes. I always wondered, like, what do we still have the rule about not talking about penny stocks and not talking about crypto?
Yeah, I mean, but the joke. Someone started the joke about FOMC, so it's just maybe you guys aren't more.
Oh no,
but
I wasn't gonna bust your balls about saying that.
We
No.
we don't have that rule anymore. That was Reddit.
Yeah, that's a Reddit rule.
Well, it was on the other Wall Street Bets Discord too. But at any rate, I digress. I had always thought about the concept. This is just something to bullshit about, I guess. But I had always like bounced around the concept of like us as a group, like purchasing some like small market cap like OTC stock, and then like shopping it around and like doing our own like SPACs.
And we'd all have to dox ourselves with those 13F filings.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, that is true. But I always thought that was a interesting little concept.
Whatever, you hedgy. Who just wants us to dox ourselves.
But that's another way too, journalist, where you could do fucking ethical investing, right? You know, you could get your little ICANN on and go into companies that, you know, you wanted to, that you like the idea, but not necessarily how they're doing it. Like there's this
corporate rating.
Yeah, we could do a little rating. We'll get little costumes, maybe put on some Slack.
Yeah, corporate raiders was the term used in the past, and now I think they use activist investor because it looks like it's less aggressive, right?
Right. And next time they change the name, it's just going to get longer. They're just going to keep changing.
I think we can do something that requires less capital. We can create a rating agency called the Wall Street Bets Autism Score and just rate companies, and then get a bunch of retirement companies to integrate the Wall Street Bets Autism Score into their investing strategies.
That's just ESG with extra steps.
But dude, we'd have to somehow incorporate AI into it, just so we could say that we incorporated AI into it. Like even if it's just like picking names or something.
Yeah, like we made an AI eat crayons, and now it picks stuff.
Yeah, we can call it AI.
We trained it on a steady diet of crayons.
I mean, we've already got Visual Mod. We could just rename Visual Mod.
Right?
I think melt the crayons, make them into lipstick, and then we're going to be way on top.
There we go. Giant red dicks. Too soon? All right. Is it too early in the morning to swear? Sorry, kids.
No,
never.
No, everyone's
got to be
realizing.
They have to be green dildos.
Green, yeah, only green lipstick. That's it from here on out.
The green Willow brand.
Once you guys start this, it can get worse. Come on now.
Hey, I mean, you guys do have branding. I mean, people know who Wall Street Bets is. I mean, you could at least do some sort of like, I don't know.
Well,
Could do
those. I
some
mean,
sort
there
of
are some like
sponsorship.
yeah, like there's some stuff like what the hell is that? There's a bunch of like alternative data sets. That one company that does the inverse Kramer and like the congressional index. Their name is escaping me right now.
Want Quiver?
Well, Quiver, but then the people that Quiver actually get their data from.
Oh yeah, those losers.
I forget their name. I was actually working for this company that trains people how to. What is it?
That Oprah company, Oprah, or the
No,
one
no.
that
Oh, let me look at it. Let me find it.
is the one that Rection gets his data from.
Alternative data sets stocks.
Maybe he said Oprah.
The fuck? Hold on. Probably just search inverse Kramer.
Bloomberg?
No. They probably went out of business already.
That sounds legit.
So no, whoever said Quiver was right. It is Quiver. It's the quant thing is where Quiver sells its data sets too for people to do like copy trading with.
Yeah. We're like our own like little quant think tank. Like
Our
right
actually
here
our
every morning.
strategy, the WallStreetBets momentum strategy is up 10% over the last week based on their data.
Oh, they have a data set about us specifically?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. See if I can pull it up. I'll share the link in the chat.
When Wall Street Bets became international news, you guys became legends.
You went quick enough, man.
I mean, I'm a little salty that I had like some of the highest percent gains of the AMC trade, and like I didn't get to be in any of the fucking movies. But you know, whatever. It's all right. Probably
I'm gonna
better
tell
off
you
that
guys
way.
that now that you brought it up, I'm gonna tell you guys that the strike again, it's gonna last probably a year or more now. So look for nothing new.
So if anything, wait for AMC to like bottom completely, and then announce bankruptcy, and then buy a shitload of it, and wait for the 5x that they get after they announce bankruptcy.
Yeah, I know. Only now, it's crazy, man. I told you guys back in the day I'd buy AMC. I worked on a movie. I think it was going to be a great movie. So I buy AMC, and the movie come out, and other movies it would go up. Nowadays it's totally different. I can't go name those meme stocks. It's just making me crazy.
Well, you just have to accept that, you know, that you're buying lottery tickets and not like you shouldn't be putting the rent money into it.
Well, I mean, you're essentially buying out his own.
I don't know. I mean, it's the best. AMC was the best, like $4,000, like that I ever spent to turn around and get like plus times the money. So I'd do it again.
How many times did you make?
I made like 1,000 something percent.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, no, it was a good day at the office. The taxes were not great, but yeah, no, it was. It was pretty sweet.
I'm hoping to do that with a few
few stocks.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the jig is up in terms of that, because the powers that be they have a playbook now of how to handle it.
They have levers to stop it
Right.
now.
Because they basically learned that they could do the ladder attacks without any sort of recourse at all. Because what are we gonna do about it?
You can manipulate the fuck out of basically any stock.
Right. And then with the help of regulators, because you have to think about it too, because if all the stuff that was said about AMC was true in terms of all the fake shares and the amount of money that was invested in those short positions, if WallStreetBets actually came out victorious and caused the actual liquidation of all of those shorts, and then the repo of all of those fake shares, could have crashed the fucking economy, or could have been a catalyst, like a black swan event that had ripple effects throughout the economy. So you can see why the government would collude with those people to keep that from happening. And what the fuck do they care about us anyway? They don't care about us.
If the government going to bail out the big investment firms that were going bankrupt because of the mortgage crisis, they could bail them out and give them and no one went to jail, and give them their bonuses still, the people. So please, that says it all, right?
Right. It's a big club and we ain't in it, like George Carlin said.
Oh man, the Saint George Carlin, man. Anyway, again, since all that stuff went down back in the day with GameStop and all that, you guys at International News become legends, man. You got WallStreetBet is legend.
Yep, I joined WallStreetBets and all I got was this stupid tattoo.
That you sat in your Lamborghini to drive to the tattoo parlor with.
No, I didn't spend the money like that.
Just kidding.
I mean, I thought about it, but I didn't.
Hey guys.
I heard Rolex is a good buy.
Hey guys. So earlier,
what's up?
Earlier I mentioned that I had a play, but I wanted to wait a little bit to talk about it because it's going to just take a little while to explain. Yes, sir.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm looking at MGM puts for October 20th at a $40 strike. Open interest is abnormally high. It's at 8,700 for this $40 strike. The one below it's 1,000. I'm sorry,
August
Banjo.
30th, you said?
No, October 20th.
Oh, excuse me, October. Yeah.
And my reasoning for this play is it's kind of an interesting one, man. So I don't know. It's not obviously nothing's guaranteed to work out, but I got a feeling about this. So there's this artist named Bass Nectar who is absolutely 100% canceled, hated by the community. It's just literally the worst PR shit I've ever seen in my life. They're booking this dude at a Las Vegas concert hall, and this shit is blowing up all over local news. People are really mad about it. MGM national bid. Here, I'll post in chat. I'll post an article. Give me just a second.
What's the date on that? Did you
October
say?
20th. $40 strike.
Put,
yes, sir. Damn, man, I had this thing pulled up.
I mean, for 59 cents, why not?
It's not a bad price, and also, this article is just... I mean, you can look up this dude, and it's all just...
What did he
news.
do? What did he do? I've heard of Bass Nectar. He actually has okay music. He must have really fucked up.
I went to I've been in the scene for a long time, and I've been to 20 shows, and he got canceled for basically flying underage girls to his shows. and smashing them. Allegedly. Gotta say allegedly, I guess. Because lawyers are all over this shit. But I mean, the evidence is completely and utterly overwhelming. Social media attacks on this are like crazy. So I'm expecting like almost like an Anheuser-Busch situation. On the
Damn,
flip
that
side,
long-haired fuck was banging little girls, man. That's messed up.
oh god damn it, I shared this to the wrong person, sorry.
Do you,
Yeah, I've
do
had a
you
rough
mean
night last night.
MGM Resorts International?
Yes,
The one
sir.
you're mentioning?
Yes.
So
I
is
don't know.
Putz an ethical play though?
Yeah.
I
I would
mean,
call
so my like this concert, if it goes on, I think it could actually gain like national attention because everybody is all about that cancel culture, and it's clickbait. It's already kind of blown up on the internet. You can read that article.
Yeah, but fundamentals of the company are very strong as per the latest earning release. Revenue is growing double digit. It's 21% year over year.
I guess
Hotel
Yeah, but
occupancy is 96%.
if there's any kind of backlash, they'll just cancel the show.
also Mandalay Bay is where the event is being held at. And also, that's the hotel that dude was on the top of that shot like 60 people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Which I still think was bogus. Dude, that was a machine gun.
So.
Yeah, right.
I mean, personally, me, as we're talking about trading, I really kind of just want to stick with these fucking 0 DT QQQ plays. I made 77% earlier. I'm pretty much done for the day. I like this. I'm in and out in an hour. But like MGM is definitely something like, because I've my whole friend group and everybody is like talking about this and shit, and it's one of the most interesting stories I've ever seen unfold, and it's crazy that it's not like national news now.
Well, that's the thing is like it. So going back to this question of the difference between, or like the argument between like an ethical investment or a non-ethical investment, like the ethical investor just made the best argument for why no one gives a shit about MGM's ethics of hiring a diddler to play a concert,
right?
Because like the bottom line of the company is that they're making money, and so people are going to invest in the company because it's making money. And if there's a one-off show where somebody who is less than desirable is playing, like, is that really going to move the stock, or is it just that, like, I mean, this could be an awesome play, but like, is it just that like your sphere of people are kind of talking about it, so it seems like it's a hyper important thing, but like you said, like no one else is really talking about it.
You are correct. I'm definitely like biased on this, and I'm like kind of mad about it, and kind of like, oh fuck these people. Like you're not wrong, and also you're right about like it's fucking Vegas. You know what I mean? Like there's some pretty there's some shady shit that goes on in Las Vegas. Yes, sir.
Right. Degenerate shit, bro.
So it is speculative. I mean, you guys can take it with a grain of salt. I just thought it was worth mentioning because I think that news story might carry some weight, but also, yeah, I mean, it's speculative. So don't risk a lot on it. I just thought, and also the open interest on that is crazy at that $40 strike.
Yeah, but open interest can go either way. I mean, that could be people like hanging calls out, hanging the puts out there to sell, selling them to, collect, people that are, trying to make that play or whatever. And they sold them out at that point because the price point is perfect for someone to be like, oh, I'll buy this for a lottery ticket.
You're exactly right. Yeah, the $40 strike's at perfect key psychological level. I mean, MGM doesn't really move that much.
Yeah, like
not compared to
even when you said that, I went to it, I looked at it, and I put an order in at a bid of 56 cents, and then like the longer you talked, I was like, I'm gonna cancel this order before it gets filled.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, it's up right now, but I'm definitely going to be watching this news story as it unfolds. If it gains any traction, I'll like update you guys on it. And if it's like negative to MGM. Which my thesis, I guess, is essentially Bud Light, Target, shit like that. It might carry some weight now.
Is there any profitable casino?
That's a good question.
All of them?
Like they change hands? No, they're not.
The operating costs have to be astronomical.
Do you ever go to a casino? I mean, just think of lights and overhead and all that kind of shit just for
Air
1
conditioning.
hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
conditioning.
all that shit is a write-off, no?
The house does always win.
I mean, they're laundromats. Fucking casinos are just giant laundromats. You just can't do your laundry there.
Let's talk about the $2 billion a year that Seminole Hard Rock's been making for all these years. I mean,
Like
really.
the Hard Rock Cafe.
Yeah, you've been buying calls at the
The Hard
Seminole.
Rock Casino, Hollywood, Florida.
But been buying calls on blackjack.
That's what they make. $2 billion.
Yeah,
Whoever
no,
said
I mean
that.
that's good for them.
Whoever said AMC found the bottom at like 9:35, give that man an award.
Strictly just said we're gonna crash now. So again, might
All
be
right,
a
my
time
call.
to pick up calls.
I got this. I got a put on Camping World,
That's a great one. What's the ticker?
and like on CWH. So I'm down a little bit on it. I bought it yesterday for $1.75. It's a October 23 $25 put. So I bought it at $1.75. It's trading at $1.17 right now. This morning it was just about even with where I had bought it. But I don't know. I think it's still an interesting play. I don't think that they had as good of a year as they did previously with everybody going back to work and, not just hanging out at home being like, I think I'll buy a camper and travel the country.
Do they have earnings, or did they already report?
Their earnings come October on Halloween, October 31st aftermarket.
Okay. Because I also like.
Yeah, they
RH
missed last quarter and went
as
down
a-
12%.
As they put play, I think with Dick's doing horrible, Camping World should follow.
I was in Dick's last night. It was packed. But I mean, I think Dick's will get a small bump from like back to school shopping. So like not necessarily like the sports end of it. You broke up. I didn't hear what you said.
He said he likes Dick's.
Oh yeah, who doesn't? It's nothing like a nice.
Said I'm
Dick.
bullish.
Bullish on Dick's.
I'm bullish on Dick.
I also like is like long plays. I like some of these just like little lithium stocks. Like it's just
Speaking
long
of
term, like throw it out there.
Long and Dick's. Hims is actually looking pretty good.
Yeah,
I
is
have it on
is
my
it's
value
growing?
list. Well, it definitely reached the bottom, and it's got, I mean, if you're into crayons, a pretty clear uptrend.
That's wild
There's a lot
that they went IPO'd that quickly.
Yeah.
Isn't that a bad sign? I don't know. Do any of you guys listen to All In?
Not really.
Like the All In podcast?
Yeah.
So there was an episode where Friedberg was talking about companies like that are basically on the brink of bankruptcy or just on the brink of going out under, and like having a decision to make about whether or not to like restructure, fire almost everybody, and like get back to basics or IPO. And like companies that go public that quickly, that it always makes me think back to what he was talking about, because he basically was explaining how he had a company that he had invested in, and then he went to the founders and was like, listen,
you're either going to fire, most of your workforce and like start, bare bones from scratch, or you're going to IPO. And then like they decided just to IPO out the company.
I feel like that's the obvious choice from like a personal gain perspective, because of course the founders want to sell their shares and get the fuck out. Yeah, I don't know if there's been big sells from the founders on HIMS though. I feel like it was more like a COVID thing. They figured they'd IPO around that time.
Yeah. I'm glad that the IPO market is starting to pick back up though, because I would really like to dump this bag of Reddit I'm holding.
Reddit's gonna be so much fun to trade.
Dude, it's worth fucking 50% of what I bought it for, and like I'm not very happy about it. But whatever. Hopefully it'll just become a meme stock and there'll be a huge run up before the cliff.
Well,
anybody play the Tupperware play? Was anybody in that?
I was.
I made a little bit of money off.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I'm not gonna lie. I like these like Tesla 26750 calls for Friday.
I made 600% on those yesterday.
Dude, I did well on the 540s. I made like 300% on them. That was good. Or the 240s, excuse me. I bought them for $5 a contract and sold them for like 15.
What's your assumption when you buy these type of, casino bet?
I'm just trading the trend. I'm watching the trend, and I'm looking at like I was looking at Nvidia and how Nvidia was pumping, and how Tesla and Nvidia, generally speaking, move together. And so also you had Dojo going online yesterday for Tesla, which was, not really a catalyst in the morning, but it ended up being a catalyst after the market had been open for a while. Yeah, I mean, I've been primarily trading Tesla for the last couple of years. So I just trade it in either direction based off the momentum of it. So sometimes I'm in
here old? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
No, is anyone here old enough as I that bought Tesla way back in the beginning?
I bought it and then sold it, and then bought it back at like fucking on the run up before the first split.
But how do you trade it? Like through options or shares?
Yeah, options. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah. Options. Yeah. I have shares that I'll sell covered calls on sometimes. But
I got a question for you. Do you think Rivian is headed in the same direction?
I think if Rivian can survive, they'll be a great company. In terms of like, I don't know like so much for their pickup trucks, because they're not really pickup trucks. They're more like a El Camino. It's like there's no utility to them. It's like a vanity thing, right? It's like getting a pickup Jeep. So they'll, I think, remain a niche thing. But in terms of like the other vehicles they have, like the one that looks like a Range Rover, I don't know the model name. Like I think those will do well. Yeah, like the SUV one. Yeah, I think those will do well. I haven't seen any of those. I really only see the R1T. Or is it the R1 or whatever it is around here? I see a couple of those a day. So they're out there, and I think there's a demand for them. And if the company can, get through this manufacturing bottleneck that they have and really get things down, I think they'll be a good company in the long term.
Are they trading anything like Tesla did in the beginning?
I didn't trade Tesla in the very beginning, like trade it like I do now. So I couldn't really speak to that. I mean, just like from what I understand about like the history of Tesla, you could say that they are similar. In terms of like the EV startups that exist, I'd say it's the most like Tesla. Out there.
Which,
I mean,
which
you
one?
have so Rivian would be like the most like Tesla in terms of like the trajectory of what they're doing.
But it's just a matter of picking up that market share.
Right. I mean, because you have to look at it like most of the other electric, manufacturers out there. Oh, and also Rivian, I saw the other night, I was driving on the highway, I saw one of their Amazon trucks, like their actual electric Amazon trucks, driving around, which was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it's definitely cool.
Yeah,
And
but like I don't know the other yeah.
Yeah, where do you see Tesla now? Like, are you bullish right now, or?
I think that it's gonna chop, and then I don't think really the stock is gonna move until the delivery date is announced for the Cybertruck and like the specs and the pricing come out. I don't think their deliveries are gonna be awesome. I mean the insurance numbers look pretty good that are coming out from China. But with the price war like agreement that they had in China like coming to an end, where now they're lowering prices again, that obviously they did that for a reason because there wasn't as much demand as they wanted. So that probably doesn't bode very well in terms of deliveries for Q3. But I think with Dojo coming on, with the hype about version 12 of the FSD, I think being able to transfer FSD for this quarter, for folks that already own Teslas to get into a new one, I think that will give somewhat of a bump to folks, or to the stock rather. But really, I don't think you're going to see any sort of like real catalyst event for moving the stock until the deliveries are announced for the Cybertruck. So in the short term, I would say that I expect it to trade in the range of like 240 and like 260 ish, and then if things go well with the Cybertruck, then you're probably looking at starting to touch on 300 and going above 300. I mean, my price target for Tesla at this point is like 333, which would essentially make it $1,000 a share pre-split.
Interesting. Are you following like the broader automotive market, or just the EVs? Because I find like Volkswagen being very, kind of undervalued. It has a huge leverage on China. It's doing well. I think 50% of the cars globally they sell is basically on China, 1 out of 2. And in terms of valuation, it's just ridiculously underpriced. So are you following other competitors as well, or you just believe in Tesla being the leader in the industry in the upcoming years?
I mean, I don't follow them in so much so as like I'm not actively trading them, so I don't follow them. I do read try to stay informed in terms of like their products and what they're offering and how they're doing in the market. So I guess just speaking generally, I think VW is probably your number 2 player in that space, just because they have the market share, but they're also willing to be nimble and make hard decisions and change more so than a Ford or a GM is. So even though they're an entrenched automaker, they're still willing to reinvent themselves, change direction, internalize processes, where the other manufacturers, either out of just not wanting to or not being able to through like union contracts and things like that, to really be able to
to build a manufacturing unit that can really compete with Tesla.
Yeah, what surprises me is the valuation of Volkswagen is 62 billion, if I'm not wrong, where Tesla is basically the market cap right now is 800 billion.
Right.
It's shocking to me, you know, like Volkswagen, for example, has a net margin. They are not making losses, okay? It's the top manufacturer. I don't know if the top 2, 3, I don't remember. I think one was Toyota, right? Second was Volkswagen. And it's just shocking to me, like how a company that makes on net margin annually 15 billion, that was the last year earnings, it's just trading at, you know, a market cap of 62, which is a PE ratio of just 5.5. Also, it pays dividend of 6.6. And then if you factor that this is basically a blue chip stock in the European market, especially in Germany, where a lot of institutions basically will always hold a ton of positions in Volkswagen. For me, like it's the moment right now to basically start buying Volkswagen because you have a very nice safety margin, you know, obviously thinking on the long term.
I think that makes perfectly good sense. I think, and definitely if you're looking at investing in the long term and who's going to be a major player in the space as we transition to an all electric world, I think VW definitely is going to be worth, in terms of the share price, more than it is now. I think, to speak to what you were saying about Tesla having, you know, being worth $800 billion, and VW, you know, having all of that, you know, positive cash flow and making money, but being valued at a lesser amount, it's because VW is a car company. They make cars. Tesla is a software company that makes cars. They're also an energy company that makes cars. Like, there's so many segments of our daily lives that Tesla is that they permeate and are like starting to permeate, that it's just so much more than a car company. So if you look at it as just a car company, yeah, it makes no sense. It's like, this is bullshit. This is vaporware. How can you justify this valuation? If you take a holistic approach to looking at the company and what it is that they actually do and where it is that they're actually going, then the valuation makes absolute sense, and it's a fair valuation for where they're at, and it's not necessarily a future valuation either, because there's only room to grow.
Can we also talk about, since we're talking about all the electric cars and shit today, we have no infrastructure that can support this kind of growth going in 10, 15, 20 years from now. Nobody's making refineries or power plants anymore. So what are we going to do? We have tons of gas in this country, tons of coal. Are we going to make more power plants and burn it that way? Or are we just going to, you know, pretty much pave over Vermont and make it one giant solar field?
Well, I think you see
Where's this energy
decentralized.
coming from?
I mean, you're going to see decentralized energy grids, you know. So as, like they're doing in California now, when you're getting like the new contracts that I was just talking to the guy that sold me the solar panels that I have on my roof, and so he does a bunch of interesting shit that we can talk about another time. But this is one of the things that in California they're starting to like amend the contracts where basically your house is a power plant, and then you're gonna turn around and, you know, provide. So they're changing like the way the net metering works, where essentially they're like creating a decentralized power grid where the energy is going to be created at the house, go to the transfer station, and then be redistributed back out through the network. And Like that's
who
really the future model of power. I'm sorry.
Like the infrastructure is paid for, by buying energy from the company. So who's going to be maintaining all the infrastructure at that point? The taxpayer dollar?
Yeah, I mean, it's just in subsidies the same way it is now. Yeah, I mean, because basically, like, how much maintenance is really happening right now, actually, on our infrastructure, in terms of the power lines and things like that. Like, I mean, I agree with your basic premise, which is that we need to upgrade our infrastructure not only for the coming electrification of everything, but just in terms of our own, like, say, national security, for example. Like, one EMP could wipe us the fuck out, and then we'd be sitting with our dicks in our hands, while China or Russia or whoever, wants to come and try to roll us over. So yeah, we absolutely need to upgrade the infrastructure for a connected and electric world. But I don't know if it's
panels?
Come again?
Did you pay for your solar panels?
Yeah, they were. It's like after the rebate, it was like 20-something thousand.
Okay, so you're building the infrastructure for this future model. You are investing your capital into it. What's your return outside of cheaper energy?
So basically,
how
I
many
haven't.
would that take to break even?
So my electric bill was actually pretty high. It was like $200 and something a month. It was like $240, sometimes like $260. Because my kids don't know how to shut the fucking lights off. But I haven't paid electric bill since I turned the system on last July. And I have like a $800 credit with the electric company. And then I can also, for every megawatt of energy I generate, I can sell a solar renewable energy credit, which isn't worth a lot. It's worth like maybe $100, $120. But there are some programs that are coming together where you'll be able to sell carbon credits into the market for the energy that you produce. So either as an individual homeowner, or you can group with a pool of other homeowners who also have solar, and kind of create these regulated, or rather certified, carbon offset projects, where you say you take 20 houses and you say over 10 years this will capture or save or prevent X amount of carbon from going into the atmosphere, and then like a gold standard or a Vera or one of these carbon credit like verification agencies will verify the project, and then you can turn around and then sell those credits into the open market. At like
you're getting absolutely ripped off by the utility if you're only getting like $120 per credit, because RECs sell for like $1,000.
That's crazy.
So I mean, the utility company could be taking the 90% margin there and then using that money to build more infrastructure which supports these projects. I'm not sure the economics there, but that sounds crazy that you're only getting like $100-$200 for those.
No shit. All right. Well, there you go. I'm gonna look into that.
That's why I asked.
I've
None of
done
the numbers seem to be beneficial to the customer, because you're now a power plant.
Right. Exactly. But I mean, the whole thing is governed by the net metering agreement, essentially. So like, you really don't have a choice but to go along with, or to sign up to the net metering agreement, unless I'm going to cut the power cable off from my house, you know what I mean, and just have a battery bank and the solar panels and just live off of that. Where can I sell my SREX for $1,000? Like, what the fuck? Where do I do that?
I've done consulting for large, try not to dox myself here, but large kind of retailer-like companies. And they're on their drive to like zero emissions. And they spend like $1,000 for a certified rec.
No shit.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thing is I have to go through some certification process first, and then I can try to maybe get a higher dollar amount.
I mean, the utility company is probably grouping them together, because when you purchase RECs, you don't do it for like 1 megawatt hour, you do it for like gigawatt hours.
Right.
So yeah, they're probably pulling it together and then marketing it to their customers as a virtual power plant, a virtual carbon neutral power plant that they sell RECs from.
Right.
Yeah, it just sounds like
that makes more sense.
Because it's like utilities are essentially monopolies in a lot of areas.
Yeah,
So
no,
I just
definitely.
don't
I
see
mean, that's exactly what
the
it is.
economics helping customers that much.
I mean, I always had the idea of like cities and towns putting solar panels, like having an incentive to put solar panels on every single possible roof, like every viable roof, and then just creating like we used to have, at least around in Massachusetts, like we would have like a municipal power companies where you had an actual decentralized power grid that wasn't reliant on, the one natural gas plant, to power most of Boston and, most of the surrounding area.
Yeah, so I think that's just more work than it's worth, or it doesn't really make everyone money, which is why it's not happening. What I'm seeing happen now is virtual power plants, where a bunch of kind of large energy users will band together and say between like 6 a.m. to noon, we'll reduce our energy usage by 20%. And there'll be a virtual power plant because they're committing to not use that energy. They're essentially providing that excess energy for the grid and then charging for it. And there's all sorts of really wacky economics and incentives that get into play when you do things like that. But I would see that happening first. And it'd be really interesting if like large new home construction projects built their developments with that in mind and then provided incentives to customers. And I think if it was built from the ground up like that, you could see customers sell RECs for much more than $100 or $200.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense because essentially you're creating like a syndicate, or like a collective that could then negotiate at higher rates together rather than just, me, John Q, solar panel owner, trying to do it on my own. But yeah, the virtual power plant I got the power company right now. They don't know, the gas company, which is the same thing as the power company here. They're digging up my whole street from the 300 yards of my street. They're going to dig holes all in it because they don't know where their gas main is.
That's hilarious.
They don't. The fucking gas company doesn't know where the fucking gas main is. Like, okay, that's cool. Just dig holes all the way up my street. Thanks. But yeah, no, it's. I remember when I moved out and got my first electric bill and looked at it, and I was like, how am I paying a distribution charge, a storage charge, and I'm paying 3 times for the same electricity? I don't understand what's going on here. It's a fucking racket. It's better than the mob. But at any rate. All right, y'all. I'm going to jump off. It was nice chatting with everybody. Stay ethical, journalist.
Peace out.
Have a good one.
Later. You too. Take it easy.
I did not expect that WallStreetBets would be talking about RECs today.
We're not all dumb apes. We're here to learn, right?
It's true.
Well, I don't know if anybody else has been playing it, but the Abercrombie and Fitch, that's another one that kind of like Tupperware and Rivian just keeps on giving recently.
I lost my shirt on that stock.
Ha ha ha. Well, I'll sell you a new one.
Well, thank you. Is it true that Elon Musk gave away open source software to other EV companies?
To an extent, yes.
He gave away his. Okay,
But-
thanks.
Let me clarify though. He's giving away some of the structure and models, but not all of the training data, which is where the value is. Because most of these models that computer scientists could put together, there's lots of papers out there about how they work. To my knowledge, he is not giving away the data, which is the valuable part. But Elon has been against patents for a long time, as well as trade secrets in some areas. He says it's like being a truist and kind of like opening the market up to competition. I think he's doing it so companies will adopt their standards, like the EV charging standard.
Yeah, data is the key. That's why TVs are down 1,000% than they were years ago. Not actually 1,000, but you know what I'm saying.
I know that this market has been really interesting to trade today.
Is this a way of saying that you all lose money today? Because obviously no one can predict in the short term
Actually,
whatever the market does.
a person can't predict the short term, but computers can.
Okay.
AMC is up 13%. How can you predict anything?
Apple looks like it's established an uptrend, although I need it to go down. Come on, Spy, do your thing. Fall a little bit more.
All right, guys, I'm going to leave you. It was a pleasure, obviously, again, to be back on this community and enlighten you, guide you, educate you. So tomorrow, hopefully, we'll be back with another DD. If opinion agrees, then yeah, so we speak soon. Take care.
Can we request DDs, or do you just choose them on your own?
First, I will be doing the one I chose because it's kind of an opportunity right now, like for value investing. Okay, I'm looking for a 12 to 18 months. Yeah, it's not that long. It's mid long term. Okay, basically first Q of 2025. The companies I'm choosing should be up 2x to 3x. Then we can focus on whatever you guys, want to request, I'm happy to. I like doing this. So yeah. Take care. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Hey, shouting out to Pin. Pin Duo is doing quite well.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
Sorry, man. Hey, don't be
No, but
mad. You made a lot more than I did.
Yeah, it was good to see a lot of people make money off that one.
Yeah, it's
people
really
got
interesting.
Like 6x.
I made like 380%. I was just intraday, but it's really interesting to see just like the size of people's positions, and just like it's incredible to me like how much of a difference you can make in money. So you could buy like a $15 option, it goes to like 100, or you could buy like $100 options, they go to 300. It's only 3x, but you're making how much more? It's fascinating to me.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to exit this small play, and then I'll probably take a break. Trying to scalp SPY. Not working out too good.
I figured it'd be pretty flat after that ridiculous move yesterday. I'm just mad that I made 77% on that call, and I wanted to switch to puts, and then Plumber came over, and the entire time the Plumber came over, that's when SPY fell from 441 to 448.
Yeah,
like,
I missed every swing by like 2 pennies on the options prices.
Damn, that's fucked. I hate it when that happens. I was trying to sell a put yesterday in the very beginning of the morning, and man, the Robinhood's executions are so awful. I tried to sell it for like 46, and I had to get rid of it for like 39. I was so pissed. But then I switched to calls, and it was all good. Yeah, Robinhood is super slow. Banjo, I don't know. I know it's like I should probably go to like a psychiatrist or something and talk about it. It'll probably diagnose me with like a psychotic disorder, because I do have E-Trade. I like E-Trade a lot more. You have to pay a premium on the options, but damn, that shit is like no issues with executions on E-Trade ever for me. Yeah, retardation for sure. It's too long in the rave scene, man. That'll do it to you.
Back in the days of the tech boom, when everything went from 6 to 60 in a day, it was a little difficult sometimes on E-Trade to get things through.
Yeah, ladder ad. I used to go to like Bonnaroo and all that shit. I still do go to like stuff like that sometimes. I like smaller. Like I've been getting more into jam bands as I'm getting older. I think that's just kind of the natural progression. I definitely want to try Fidelity. Everybody keeps telling me, go to Fidelity. Why the fuck are you using Robinhood, idiot? I should probably listen to them.
I know it's a strange thing, but if I want to buy a stock that I know I'm going to hold for a while, I'll buy it off of Cash App stock, Cash App stock options. I mean, Cash App you can buy stock.
Did they ever add? Because I remember you could only buy, what was it, like 20 companies on Cash App? Can you get like a lot more now?
Oh yeah, there's lots. You can't find some things, but there's lots and lots. It's just so easy. And then when you cash out, it's right there for you to take the money.
Look that up.
But I do one thing.
Because I remember when they came out, it was just like Tesla, Tesla, Nvidia, QQQ, SPY. It was like 10 stocks. Yeah, I remember they added Peloton. I was like, it's so weird they added Peloton, but it was like super volatile when Snapchat added this feature. Shit.
Well, I think I have over 100 and something stocks on my watch list through Cash App that they trade. So, we got everything here.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out.
Not everything. But yeah, I got everything. I mean, you got Ryanair, everything. I got hundreds of, I guess 100 or more stocks on my watch list that trade. Yeah, it's interesting again because you can buy quickly. Not first of all, there's no type of charting, and if you do want to sell it, then you can sell it, and then your money's right there. I don't recommend it. I'm just saying.
Our favorite stock, AMC, is up a lot right now.
Yeah, man. I don't understand that.
Almost 14%. That's just probably shorts getting squeezed, right? I mean, they literally, whether they bring the price down by 70% in like 4 days or something crazy.
That's the way stocks run now, especially when no movies are being made. So you got what's out now, but how long can Barbie and Oppie run,
Yeah, that's going to run out of steam eventually.
Yeah, nowadays when I hear that and it loses steam, it's back up 80%.
I don't really like this stock very much. Someone mentioned this the other day, so I just thought it earned some merit. Somebody in chat, GOEV Canoe he said it had some kind of deal with Google. Must reiterate, it's like 68 cents a share, and I hate stocks like this because I just don't think in my opinion, they're not worth it. But it's up like 7.5% right now. You're right, Strawberry. It's almost there. It's at 68.40. It is GOEV. Yeah, I agree. Lord Lapowski. Fuck AMC. I mean, it's just interesting. I don't know if I ever trade it. I may have traded it once this past year and probably lost money on it. Hell yeah, ladder ad. That's amazing, man. Congratulations. Holy shit, what is that gain percentage? Is that like 5,000%? Congrats. I made about the same off BlackBerry. I think I invested like 550 into BlackBerry, so not nearly the gain percentage you had, but that was also like at the same time AMC went crazy. It's also the biggest gain I've ever had. What is SPY doing? Is it going up, I hope? Fuck yeah. I have one more call I have to sell. It's not doing too hot. Did you all do well yesterday, though? I mean, you could have pretty much gone long on anything and made money yesterday. Like QQQ, SPY, Tesla, Nvidia. Even shitty AMD was up like 3%. Yeah, 451. Something I'm also watching is Hawaiian Electric holding near View app. Definitely think it could have some legs with how insane it was a couple days ago. Well, I love Lulu calls. Calls on yoga pants all day. Nvidia is doing well too. It's almost at 500. Someone in here has really good DD about Lulu. I forget who it is. They mentioned it a few months ago. Fuck. I don't know if they're here anymore. Is anybody playing AVGO earnings? On Thursday. And Lulu doesn't have a very good. I'm a crayon guy. I don't like the crayons on Lulu too much. Yeah, it's also really expensive. Yeah, I feel that, Banjo. I really like PDD over the high of the day today because it's so close to 100. Might sell before 100, but God damn, man, AMC is up 15%. What the fuck is going on with this? What was your degenerate play again, Banjo? Are you talking about the 451 spy calls? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just... I almost want to strictly trade like QQQ and SPY though, because I don't know. It just like I did so well on it yesterday, and I still sold early and bought and had a terrible entry every single time. It still just gave so much back to me though. See, that's always like gambling because you can't see the fucking future. But I mean, I'd almost rather trade that shit than like Nvidia. Hate trading Nvidia. Agreed, Zima. Did you see the remake of Macbeth with Denzel Washington? I feel like that. It's interesting.
What is the movie called?
It's
What's it
just
called?
Macbeth, I'm pretty sure. Macbeth.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. It came out like 2 years ago. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, I missed that.
Oh, The Tragedy of Macbeth. Yeah, starring Denzel Washington, Frances McDormand as Lady Macbeth. Brandon Gleeson's in it. It's a good movie, man. But I've just, the Macbeth story it's pretty overplayed, It's like, what, 3,000, 4,000 years old, pretty overplayed.
To buy or sell? That is the question.
Yes, sir. I like to trade QQQ more than SPY because like SPY moves so slow sometimes. It just like my heart rate just gets jacked and I just don't fuck with it. I guess the QQQ will like spike randomly a little bit more, which is a little scary, but I don't know. For some reason, I prefer that. And I can usually get out of my positions if I'm wrong pretty quickly, so it's really easy to do that with QQQ. Unless you trade at like fucking 9:31 in the morning and it's like, fuck that. I did want to do talked about this last week, but Nvidia calls for AVGO earnings, but with yesterday's rise, I'm not so sure I'm going to enter that play anymore and might just straight up trade AVGO on the reaction of its earnings. Nvidia is up nicely right now. Alright, guys, yeah, don't forget about Pinduoduo. Fucking Gay MC is up 16%. Have a good day, everybody. I gotta go work out, or I'm gonna get depressed, yo. But have a good day.